Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east. What is there to be found in the east? Nidhogg's lair, the Aery, is said to lie in that direction, and the eye tells me he is near. You cannot still mean to slay him. You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die. With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war? Nay, lady, I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him. A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the great worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raze your city to the ground. How, then, are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair? In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe. But such speculation is meaningless if you cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair. The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must that always be answered with more of the same? Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended. That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone. Leave her. Your words will not reach her now, and we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered fate. Estinian, pray tell me I'm wrong. Is that it? Aye, that would be the Aery. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye. His caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. Would seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his slayer with tempestuous winds. A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the Primal's Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. 'Twill be just like the good old days, no? Estinian, pray tell me I'm wrong. I don't think Estinian is wrong. Is that it? Aye, that would be the Aery. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. Would seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his slayer with tempestuous winds. A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the Primal's Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. 'Twill be just like the good old days, no? Oh, we could definitely... Q, we can probably make an emoji out of that. If our only remaining recourse is to violence, then we should seek out the swiftest path to victory. With every moment we hesitate, Ishgard's prospects grow bleaker. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Aery. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well. On the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal the glory for myself, you mean? No, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. Link pearl, this game's version of Bluetooth. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Renette's Forum, from what I gleaned of the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project. Sid will still be in Ishgard. Go, meet with your engineer friend. I shall remain here and keep vigil over the war. When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on the ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or mayhap even the sky steel manufactory. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city's sure to know where to find him. The question is, who? Sir Imric would seem the obvious choice, but there is no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience at short notice. Ah, I have it. Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy Sea's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the man we're fortunate to find Lord Emilian at home. The tavern keeper's loss is our gain. When it comes to exchanging information of uncertain origin, Lord Emilian is something of a prodigy. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old boy? Well, I trust. In search of Sid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear he has been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. It would seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironwork employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, we must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. If Ishgard comes under attack, we'll have to get out of the city pretty sharpish. Don't much like the idea of leaving a job half finished, though. What's that? There are dragons coming? Sorry, can't talk now. Have to finish this job and get out of here. Enio, helping out. How fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. You see, another wind barrier? And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. Siege agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. And if they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Estinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mist, but we do not know how much longer. All right. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedge, it's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. It's probably best if I let the lad show you. Come on, the manufacturer is not far. And we were already there, too. These Guardians have granted us the use of a small corner of their workshop. All part of the agreement. I think you'll see we've made the most of the space. Ah, yes, the Sky Steel Manufactory. As I recall, this workshop is primarily devoted to the construction of dragon-slaying weapons. They all want to build bigger, but we know where the future is headed. Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're going to like this one. I better. Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a Manacutter. Wow. After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco. Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts aether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself. The design does, however, come with one small flaw. The energy conversions ratio is bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area washed with predominantly wind-aspected aether. In other words, there are a few places you can fly, and lots of places you can't. The newish Guardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off, if you'll forgive the pun. Tataru. Ataru? What's happened? I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Hilda. It's about her grace, the Sultana. Namo? It seems you are required elsewhere. Leave the Manacutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Roban and the Sultana whatever help they need. Oh, I want to know what's going on with those guys. I am intrigued. I am as intrigued as you, Enio. Shall we hear what news Otaro's brought us? General Roban says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts. And he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Enio. Pressing through Ishgard's plight may be. Our presence here will not serve to hasten the Manacutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may. Totaro, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we have identified a solution to our problem, but that will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Elfin out. To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light. It is past time Hilda was delivered from this darkness. Thank you for coming. No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace. I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her administrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment. I gather you have made progress in the search of Her Grace. Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days passed. Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace. With Papa Sheh's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frandel's Frontistery. There I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently. A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence. It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace. Abed, but alive. Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiry as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Meriel. That's some pretty good deduction by you, Yugiri. They're really good at finding information in this game. We sent for you as soon as we learned of our location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman. We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monitors, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours? Of course. Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo and for Hilda. Oh, love that camera shot, Ruben. It is definitely personal now. If one had chosen to entrap the Sultana in a death-like sleep rather than slay her, then one would surely also know of a means to rouse her from that said state. There must be an antidote to this poison. A contingency plan, I think. Our target is Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident, and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents, and confirm that Meriel is still in hiding there. Meriel? Aye. She's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. And what brings you to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage has just about doubled our population. Looking for Meriel, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Hilda, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life. Wonder why. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. Oh, our first building to check, and we get lucky already. We have a lot to talk about, Meriel. You are Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting. I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me. General Alden. We will have the truth from you, girl. May have to be better coming from me. Lorito, you'd best talk fast. As you know, Telegi Idyllshire's Cardinal Reclamation Bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on an Allagan monstrosity, Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Telegi had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn, a new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but a few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Telegi's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them, so I decided to usurp his scheme, and left the fool to seal his own demise. And what of Nanamo? Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Meriel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilbeard was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Telegi. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected. You conniving little worm! You had your claws in the crystal rays before their first recruit had sworn to serve. But of course, when a new game begins, it's only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilbeard was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Brave's initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ooh, that's making it more angry. Ah, Ilbeard. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Al Amigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland. Amongst other things, what was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes. An overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed. Alas, Ilbeard's entertaining little outburst eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed. You understand? But he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive, and preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger? I don't know. You're really pushing their buttons now. And sometimes you don't push that button. The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done, you are guilty of high treason. Stay your blade, Master Aldine. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Telegi Adiligi without trial? But you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana. Such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. Okay. If you would, Lord Lorito. This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find her grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage. I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude. Roban Aldine, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The genocid citizens of Ulda shall once more be united under Nanamo Olnamo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity. Oh, you're lucky. Very lucky. I am very pleased by these developments. Let's not forget to eat our egg. You had killed the one you served. Ah, pray excuse my mutterings. I was reminded of a line from an old poem. By the 12, I feared Lord Lodorito's arrival would hurl another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he of all people would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Shall we also make our way to Ulda? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. I hope Lord Lodorito's potion is as effective as he claims. It would appear that the Syndicate has moved swiftly to clear our names. Bartholomew, for one, does not seem remotely surprised by our presence here. Interesting. Lame General Roban mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way if you will. This better be good. Oh, there she is. Chest going up and down. Yes, she's still alive. I was having the longest dream. It's time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanaland, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands. No hug? No head pat? Come on. I've said this before. Come on. To see you happy, Ruben. Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Ulda into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her, and we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake. Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. It is in a struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head. Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord? I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Wait, I have it. The Agrius. Yes. Well, it would appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel. How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational? Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varis is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords, and lady, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Tiligi Idyllshire, and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more. It's well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order. It would seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Ulda has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. It is my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor Illbeard, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, although I think it unlikely. My all-conquering Crystal Braves, the model army meant to pave the way for a single, unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet, I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alfinaud, proud member of the Scions. I don't know. Is it gonna be resurrected later? I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil, but the fact remains, there is no man alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this Manacutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. Aye, and Ulda, too, shall flourish once more. General Roban and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Aery, a question if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You would be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Aelbert's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, that's helping out. To me? I see. I'm grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Enio? You were there at the company's inception. It's only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Commander, you're alive? And Enio, too. I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you. All of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected, aye. But we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Oh, yes, yeah, aye. You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you have mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We talked it over, see? And we all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip us of our ranks. But we won't be no less of a company. But the Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other, and to you. Commander, Alfinaud, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. My friends, after all that has happened, I know not what to say. Definitely not the same what it used to be. EnioHabev, I joined the Crystal Braves in the hopes of following in your footsteps, and I do not regret the decision. Not even for a moment. How you doing, Dwyer? If we scrutinize the Scion's records, they should provide us with likely locations to which the missing Archons might have fled. Put your mind at ease. It is for work just as this that we have been trained. We'll find the missing science. I promise you. Between us and the immortal flames, no stone in Eorzea will be left unturned. That's good. I don't know if you know, but during that goddamn feast, Flamine got ambushed by some 3rd unit curs over in Limsa. I'm told she danced free of their noose, though. Ain't heard nothing since. But my guess she's laying low somewhere in the port. I feel blessed to have witnessed such a display of camaraderie. I would have been speechless if I was Alfina right now. Just when you thought you lost everything, you didn't. We must repair this damage if our minds are to find focus. Where to begin? First things first, we must needs put the rising stones in order. We cannot have the Archons return to find their headquarters such a shambles. Okay, there's Hosan. I sent Shinobi to spy upon the brass blades, and it would seem that Ida and Papalimo's resistance accounted for a sizable number of the company's soldiers. All we know for certain, however, is that our friends' corpses were not found amongst the bodies they left behind. Excuse me, I thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I'm the exception, which proves the rule. I do not protest. I know that I'm not worthy of their loyalty, anyhow. But as Talik is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing science will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically, Hraesvelgr in the Waking Sands, and Tataru in Ishgard. No, let's not move that. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I'm able. So sleepy. What? I'm awake. We've been working on a second vessel while we perfected the prototype. Don't worry, they'll both be able to handle the winds you're expecting. Enio, how the seventh hells do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have, at this moment, completed the Manacutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fort Thames Manor. A dragoon by the name of Estinian was looking for you. You have fulfilled your obligations to the Oldens then? Mr. Tataru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these Manacutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Aery, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Amric? I think we have kept him in the dark long enough. All stands ready, Lord Commander. Ah, the moment has come, then. Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the Manacutters. The engineers assure me that they are ready. The Aery is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alfina's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Iceheart thought as much. You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told. Aye, 'tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. What was true it was through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr. A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall. In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tionman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanian would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago. Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. It's but a pity that it won't be enough. Does you believe an assault upon the Aery represents the city's best chance of survival? Is that not so, Estinian? I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary, but with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so, and I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light on my side. You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these Manacutters to be had, yes? Lord Commander, no. How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city. Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who, then, will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy See zealots? There are others. Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a citywide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander. What, you too, Master Alfinaud? By the Fury, you have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills. Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain, then, and cheer you from afar. Well, my friend, it would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we two. He's reluctant for a bit there. Interesting. I have pricked Master Alfinaud's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the Aery. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alfinaud will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the Manacutters. I guarantee you won't find any loose rivets. We triple-checked. The moment is at hand, Warrior of Light. These little beauties are our pride and joy, and now they're yours. So, be careful with them, eh? That's a nice looking thing. Enio, old friend, the cutters are ready when you are. The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties Bees will tear through that wind barrier like a cermet drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. You have our thanks. Come, Warrior of Light. The dread worm awaits. Wow. What a way to start a dungeon. Wow. Wicked mortals, I shall melt your flesh and turn your bones to ash. Ooh. Oh boy. Wait, that was the flaw they were talking about. And there it is. Who is it? I will enfeeble the worm. Impudent mortal. Oh. Oh, me again. Oh, come on. Again? Oh, that's unfortunate. Nice. Nice. Oh, he ran away. Ouch. Thou wouldst use mine own eye against me. Time hath done naught to dilute thy kind's depravity. I have not forgotten thee, Dragoon. Mine essence claimed thee once, and shall do so again. No, worm, this ends here. That facial expression of his. Was that the killing blow? Ooh. Wow. You gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness. Ooh, exposition time? Oh, wait, no. We get another crystal. 3 more. Interesting. Wait, that's Estinian with 2 eyes. Wait, no, that's not Estinian or someone else. They are ours, Lord Halrat. The eyes of Nidhogg. Aye, the worm lies broken, and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. Huh? Okay. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice. But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in our possession, who can now challenge the might of Isgard? Ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people. Nay, my friend, I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratastur's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons. But Lord Haldrat, what then shall become of the royal line? Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him? I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrail, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Wait, that's his previous name? Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this land shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds. So that's his previous name? That's his previous name? Haldred? What the cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king? We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people. Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldred, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well. Will you abandon us too, sir? I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel. We four, then. For Temps, Hylinarte, Durandare, and Dismail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard. And what of the throne? We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here upon the battlefield. What ails you, friend? Are you wounded? You see, you were borne witness to history, to the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells us that our ancestors were led to the land of Querthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrat, the first Azure de Grune, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point. If Haldra took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull? Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried. 'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Hraesvelgr to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore. Though Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy, and this stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. With Nidhogg fallen, none save Hraesvelgr remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet lingers at zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the dragon's maw. She has scarce moved since we last parted. Hraesvelgr's confession will soon shake her from her stupor. Was you, was it not? The furious screams of the dragons carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Hraesvelgr to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragonsong War has all but consumed your life and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learned the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, warrior of light. Impenitent mortals, ever seeking to bury old wrongs under new. I did sense the moment of Nidhogg's demise. You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head? Would seem thou hast uncovered my secret. Aye. Unto the blinded Nidhogg did I yield one half of my strength. Nidhogg, what hath befallen thee? We are undone by covetous mortals. They did take Ratatorsk's eyes and glut their appetites upon her essence. She is slain, then. What madness hath made our peaceful accord? Did I not warn thee, brood brother? They have ever been untrustworthy creatures, these short-lived Elysian. But thou wert enchanted by thy immortal maid. Thy folly hath caused rather Tursk her life, and me mine eyes. Oh, my beloved Shiva, how swiftly are thy kin made bestial by their appetites. Hraesvelgr, 'twas thy blindness that did invite disaster into our lands. Surrender thee and I to me, and let that be thy penance. Nidhogg. They bested me once, but I was reckless. I shall need but a single eye to inflict enduring torment upon these traitors and every child of their line. Yield to me thy strength, brood brother. My vengeance is begun. That explains that. Thou hast borne witness to a scene from my past. It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years. Would that Haldred had dealt the worm a killing blow. When my brood brother did appear before me, bloody and blinded, his life was all but spent. He demanded half my vigor, that he might exact his revenge upon the mortals who had wronged us. And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict. The peace my beloved so dearly desired had been shattered by her own kin. Their treachery claimed my brood sister's life and my brood brother's reason. Thinkest thou thy fits of indignation will move me to remorse? Go, mortals. Take your unruly passions and leave this place. Your presence here spelleth naught but misery. Were it not for Shiva's soothing embrace, I would slay where you stand. Woe betide you should the bond we share ever weaken. And thus did betrayal beget unending vengeance. Though he had lifted not a single claw, 'twould seem that Hraesvelgr wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us. 'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg, but I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment. But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature and ended a bloody war in so doing. I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. Vengeance. We were not so different, he and I. I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good. Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete. We are short the great worm's eye of the pair which Haldra took from Nidhogg. Only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander? Aye, the deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till I return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Amric was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics. I gave no order to attack. Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgr was right about us. Let us away, Warrior of Light. The people must be saved from themselves. Wait, I will join you. There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason. Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war. Interesting. A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence. But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault, and the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched. Our plans proceed apace, then. Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both, and lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them. Your will be done. The moment is at hand. Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment. It is time for the bringer of light to die. So their plan is a false flag operation? I don't know. There! Comrades, sheath your swords. There is no need for further bloodshed. My lady? She has come! Hear me, brothers and sisters. The war is ended. Nidhogg is no more. Aye, it is so. This adventure and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low. The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light, that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends. He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead. Let his hatred die with him, I say. Let us sheath our swords and go in peace. Have we lost? No, my friend, far from it. At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp, and I, for one, would not forsake it. Peace? Seize the witch! Let none escape! Proving aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same. Let us see how long this peace lasts. That was rather too close for comfort, but it would seem that calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You returned to Ishgard in the oddest of company, my friend. That, my friends, was rather too close for comfort. Praise alone that things did not end in bloodshed. I confess, I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of the Lady Iceheart. Whatever is going on, Enio? You see... Beg pardon? You traveled to the Churning Mist together? Along with Estinian? Never was there a more unlikely alliance, or one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg, dead. The heretics, pacified. Father and Sir Aymeric must know of this. Let us break the news to them together. I will bring Sir Aymeric to Fort Thames Manor. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Very well. Enio and I shall await you there. Praise alone, you are safe. My safety was never in doubt, father, for I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side. We bring the most wonderful tidings. You see, the infamous Lady Iceheart, here in Ishgard. This is most unexpected. She has done much to quell the violence, The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence. And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment. My thoughts exactly. What are the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelgr? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian fate, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures. That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war. That same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule will be called into question. If both Highborn and Lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his Knights 12, but a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage. If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue. Sir Aymeric, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop. So the Archbishop is definitely hiding something. Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now? At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons. Then, at least, the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known. You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the Highborn needed men to lead, and the Lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. There's but a matter of time before the old order is called into question. Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up, united, and blood will flow in the streets once more. A divided Ishgard will not survive. Tread carefully, Lord Commander. My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Aymeric prone. Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him, that which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy. You cannot mean... If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him. Have care, my lady, your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard. That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear. Lies and slander. Forgive me, what rumors are these? That Sir Aymeric is the Archbishop's bastard son. Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children, but even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation. Can't blame you there. I labor to believe it. Sir Aymeric is truly the Archbishop's son? He has never been publicly acknowledged as such, but the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character. It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue. Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the vault myself. Hear, hear. The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Aymeric's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause. Harsh you found. Be reasonable. A knight lives to serve, father, to aid those in need. The people need Sir Aymeric more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud. Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations. I thank you all for your support. Of all the people, he should know better. Far be it from me to criticize a man for his blind idealism, but he might at least have pretended to consider another course. If we must risk the fortunes of our house to bring this truth to light, then so be it. But are you truly prepared to do this? To face the Heavensward in battle, if you must? Have no fear, father. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. I promise you, we shall prevail. Though your assistance is most welcome, I fear it will not be enough. Fear as we are, we will struggle to reach the Lord Commander. If we are to succeed, we must needs recruit others to our cause. The Lord Commander has need of us, and we of him. We must act now. But how are we to carry out this bold endeavor? Even an army of knights at our backs, a direct assault on the vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Afinaud. Not even the assembled might of House of Fortemps and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of one of the other high houses? Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumored to reside in the Broom. 'Twas these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, if their hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might well be persuaded to assist in Sir Aymeric's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Such is my hope, Master Afinaud, and I would have you and Idia reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the two of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leader of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks. Estinian, will your brothers heed your command if you order them to stand aside? The dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the highborn fight amongst themselves. How very wise. Enio, we should hurry to the Forgotten Knight. The Taro may have knowledge of the revolutionaries. It would seem that the Forgotten Knight was spared the worst of the earlier chaos. Enio, Alvinaud! Gods, I've been worried sick. It's good to see you. And you, the Taro, how did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets? Gabrilant and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully. But what about you two? What came of your journey? You see, you're not serious. What was Sir Imric thinking? I mean, the way you two talk about him. I wouldn't have believed. Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that they're led by someone called the Mongrel. A queer moniker if ever I've heard one. But mayhap it will make the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us all make inquiries below. Mongrel? Not sure I catch your meaning. To a blue blood, we're all of us dogs down here. Eh? What's that? Speak up, I can't hear as well as I used to. I don't know God's damn thing about the mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you. Not a single shred of information? Just as I expected, these revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without the masses' complicity. Still, it is good to know that the Taro's ears are as sharp as ever. If you haven't yet, you should learn the Mandeville art of parley. Surprisingly effective, so long as you stick to topics you know well. For example, the other day I was discussing the copper ore market with this one gentleman. Imagine that gentleman making an appearance in MSQ finally. Frustrating though it may be, we must press on. While I continue speaking with the people of the Broom, why not go and see if Gabrilant knows aught of value? As the proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he will be more forthcoming than the others. You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know that it comes with tight lips. Discretion, Enio. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I am not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you're done right by highborn and lowborn alike. Least I can do is point you in the right direction. But to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens there's a hunter up in the Crozier who owes me a fair bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payment in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me. Agreed? So, you are Gibralant's errand boy. I called it. Good, good. How's he doing? Same as always? Right. Any road, I hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody herbs. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt I'll be able to find any more next year. Well, you gonna hand him over or not? Aye, this ought to do it. With a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. There are a few things which stir the hearts of men, like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass with the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know who's rather fond of this blend. Hirata is her name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another, I forget. Anyway, be a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? Yes, I'm Hilda. Beg your pardon, but do I know you, sir? I know this smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare. Her special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. Oh, the poor dear. Such a shame that she was taken in by that baron. He got a dashing figure, I grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. But those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. It was not more than infatuation, what she felt. But she convinced herself it was love, and he couldn't help but take advantage. But when her belly started to grow, gods, the scandal! I mean, it's not a uncommon occurrence, but that it was with Yahur made it so much. Well, I need tell you. She was discharged from his service, cast out onto the streets, like so much refuse. After she returned to the broom, we drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. So the amorous nobleman beds his maidservant, then casts her aside when the seed takes root. Not the most original tale, is it? Cold comfort for the women and children who live it, though. Even the penitent can appreciate wine from time to time. Take Geraldiu, for example. Surely you've heard of him, no? He's a monk who offers succor to the poorest of the poor in the broom. A man of many vows, but none which prohibit spirituous beverages. Aye, if ever there was a man who deserved a drink, it be him. Alone's blessings be upon you, sir. A gift? For me? This scent. How reminiscent of a wine once made by dear old friend. May her soul rest in peace. Forsaken by her family, she toiled tirelessly to feed and clothe her child. Yet somehow she found time to help me tend to those even worse circumstances. So compassionate she was, so full of love to for her fellow man. 'Twas that love which gave her child strength to endure the scorn of the other younglings. That little girl, bless her heart. She couldn't help what she was. Eventually, she won them over. But those first few years were trying. Even more so when she had to start fending for herself. I remember days she spent standing on the walls, raven black hair flowing in the wind, staring out, as if searching for her mother's face in the mist. She was a remarkable woman. After everything she was forced to endure, she still remained hopeful for the future. For her daughter's future. Some bonds are thicker than blood, but blood still defines us, and divides us in the end. It's the legacy of our parents, and we can't escape it, no matter how hard we try. So the mongrel and her pups chose to embrace theirs, to proclaim it all to all and sundry. If you can understand that, then maybe you can find her on your own. Still looking for your mongrel? Like I said before, take your pick. Plenty around, if you know where to look, or if you fancy someone specific. Oh, I hope I remember. Oh, someone's got unusual taste. Afraid I can't help you though. Won't, rather. It's bloody obvious you ain't of the broom. Did you think I'd just tell you cause you asked nicely? Have you made any progress, Enio? No. So our mongrel was born of an Elysian nobleman and a Huron maidservant. Granted, it is no location, but it is far more information than we had before. Yes. Now that her striking features are known to us, mayhap we need only remain vigilant. 57. There must be a way we can draw the mongrel into the open. Mayhap we should discuss this with Tataru. Speaking of which, where is Tataru? Oh, confound it. She went below to make inquiries on her own, didn't she? We must find her quickly, Enio. I have a premonition this is not going to end well. She must be around here somewhere. I take it you have had no luck either? I'm sorry, I forget I said anything. Wait! Down there! Isn't that Tataru? Yes, it's a Tataru. Those men are chasing her. Quickly, and after them. Where do you think you're going, Missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. What's going on here? What's it to you, boy? Piss off. Hold on, I've seen them around. They're in and out of House for Thames Manor all the time. Oh, I see. Skulking about in your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy. Is that it? You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help, and if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass. Haha, listen to the pops yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you a cause to yelp. Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack. Hilda? Lay a finger in the blue blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand. It ain't often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you? Interesting. They didn't keep much care for my story about the withered cane. Oh, the tower never changed. For once, it would seem the fates are smiling upon us. Had those ruffians forced our hand, I dare not think what would have ensued. Whatever it is you've got to say, say it. I've got my eye on you. Before you start, let's go somewhere a bit more private, eh? The Forgotten Night, say. If you are nervous, I could try parlaying them on our behalf. Perhaps they'd be interested in techniques for working on logs. Or maybe the tale of the cursed Gladius. Ooh, I know! The legendary skillet! Everyone loves that one. I think it's best if you take the lead this time, anyhow. Whatever it is you got to say. Oh yeah, we already said that. Let's go. Okay, perfect. So, while you were on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries. Eh? What are they on about? The high houses and what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble. They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld, highborn and lowborn alike. And so, Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting everyone know. Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy. Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims. We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Aymeric to do this. Ishgard has need of him. Look, you have a good heart. I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else, even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me? If Sir Aymeric is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him. What in the hells? Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy. And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Vortemps consorting with the Queen of Rats. Oh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do. Sickness is wont to fester and spread. It must be burned out ere the infection takes hold. I reckon sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens I've got irons of my own. Such simple creatures. Rats. Certain to attack when cornered. Let us step outside, my lady. In here, your toys could hurt someone. Not too bad. There's no denying your gifts, a well-deserved reputation indeed. Enough! Ugh, lucky bastard. Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas about a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander. I thought the Heavensward might come here as well. They came to the Temple Knights headquarters? Aye, Sir Greenout announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavensward had been granted full authority in his stead. Then the Heavensward now commands the Temple Knights. Those still loyal to Sir Aymeric answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who oppose his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered at the vault as ordered. Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected. I take it you're in charge around here? Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he? Aye, your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leave-ins of our betters. Yeah, if you have a mind to change things around here, maybe you have a mind to join you. Things are going into place. Ho ho ho! You didn't half give that highborn scum what for. That was a sight for sore eyes, that was. Bugger me. If you ain't everything they say, how in the hell did you do that thing with the other thing? I had not reckoned with the Temple Knights' involvement. Not as enemies, at any rate. First Sir Greenout, and Sir Palacrin, and now this Charibert character. I mean, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Are all the Knights of the Heavensward this bad? Time is of the essence, Enio. We must move quickly, before they discern our intent. I never liked him. Not since his days as an Inquisitor. He took far too much pleasure in his work. I had not reckoned with the Temple Knights' involvement. Oh, we already read that. Let me guess. You're wondering why I chose the mongrel, right? Because it's what I am, and I'm not ashamed of it. Not anymore. Besides, even my pure blood pups have more in common with me than the lords and ladies up on high. None of them were well bred. Hell, some of their mothers were cast out after a spot of fun. Same as mine. Story old as time, and one we're sick of hearing, which is why we took up arms. Not that we mean to hold all the blue bloods to account. Some have done right by us, I'll allow, like them in House Helinarde. Course you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? But enough talk. Your friend's still rotting in a cell. Let's not keep him waiting. We've been working in secret to undermine the Holy See and the High Houses. That much I'll acknowledge. But this nonsense about us throwing wide the gates for the heretics is just that. Nonsense. If not you, then who? You Temple Knights, of course. Reckon it was your beloved Sir Aymric's doing at first. But then I heard how he lost his head. My next best guess would be the Heavensward. That way, they'd have the perfect excuse to go door to door through the broom. Slaughter the heretics and their sympathizers in one fell swoop. But the Heavensward scheme did not account for Lady Arshart's intervention. And so they've been forced to improvise. A fine bloody mess, ain't it? But the die is cast. So, what's the plan? We must divert the attention of the High Houses away from the city. And to do that, we need the cooperation of your allies in their service. And what makes you think I have friends in high places? You would be fools not to, given your goals. Lowborn knights are ideal recruits. Most swore fealty only out of desire for a better life. If offered an opportunity to shed the yoke and live for themselves, who among them would not at least be tempted to take it? Rare is the man eager to die for a cause he does not hold dear. But it need not to come to that to this day. If they and their fellow knights are deployed afield to deal with a new threat, a massing of heretics, for example, then they will be unable to join in the defense of the vault. Huh. Spread false reports of an attack to get him out of the harm's way, you mean? The city will not soon forget the heretics' last assault. If the high houses believe another attack is imminent, they will have no choice but to act. Can it be done? Can we trick them into leaving Ishgard? Aye. Can we keep them out for long? Not bloody likely. Make sure you're ready before I send word, because you won't get a second chance at this. Then it is decided. To the vault. The Archbishop must be held to account. And the Lord Commander granted his liberty. Did you see the way she wielded that weapon of hers? Maybe I should get one for my own protection. Gods help me. I think we might do this. With allies such as these, we cannot fail. One chance only, Enio. Make it count. So, what happens if we win? You seriously mean to attack the vault then, do you? As in, charge in there screaming and swinging steel? Bloody hells. Hearken to me, everyone. We have two objectives. Rescue Sir Aymeric and apprehend the Archbishop. We will therefore divide our forces into two parties. Lord Harsefount, Estinian, Master Alfinaud, and I will make ready to breach the underground gaol and search for the Lord Commander. We will not move, however, until the second party has entered the vault. I speak of your party, Warrior of Light. For this plan to succeed, you will need to fight your way into the highest levels of the vault, even unto the Archbishop's private chambers. When the Heavensward realize what you intend, they will fly into their master's side, leaving only a token force to guard the gaol. Temple Knights loyal to our cause have already secured the entrance to the vault. Once you are within, they will signal to us. If all goes to plan, we shall rejoin you with Sir Aymeric and confront the Archbishop together. Is everyone clear as to their duties? Then let us do what must needs be done. The others are in position, Master Enio. I will send word once you and your party have entered. And who are we going up against this time? Oh, it's you. Watch out for that. Watch. Oh, no. That's it. That wasn't too bad. Saturday morning cartoon number 3 defeated. Our power. How can this be? We're the main character. Fall back. Sid, is that you? There's the Archbishop. Father, please. We were not too late, my friend. Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew. And tear down the very pillars of our society. Our history. Our values. Everything we have built over 1,000 years. A fool to the last. Look out! Wow. Now you've made this personal, Archbishop. Now you've made this personal. Go! Isis La awaits. You just had to reveal that information to us on earshot, don't you? You just had to do that. Lord Haurchefant! We'll deal with you later. You aren't harmed. Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so... Smile better suits a hero. Honestly, I did get a little emotional there, but I didn't cry. The last time I cried was back in A Realm Reborn. I know not what to say. The others, they are gathered at Fort Thames Manor. Oh boy, how this is gonna go. Haurchefant's death. I wasn't expecting a death of a character at this point. The others are... Please enter. Master Aviv. This is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough. Okay. Don't. Please. A knight lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling. Leave me to mourn and give chase for my son and for the nation he loved. Go. His sacrifice shall not be forgotten. Oh boy. That's rough. I'm sorry, I can't. I could not stand there in silence, but when all others had forsaken us, Lord Harshaphon took us in, our beacon of hope in a world of darkness. He did utmost to raise our spirits, so that we might face our troubles with courage, with conviction, so that we might face them as knights. Yeah. I don't think if I was in this situation myself, Dreamer, I don't think any words would have made it any better. And for a person to break down like that, there's really nothing you can do. That was just hot. That was rough. I hope I never have to be in that situation where I have to tell someone that they passed away. I mean, it sounds easy to do, but I don't think that is. Okay, Alfie Node, what's the next step? We must press on with our mission. Totaro, pray return to your duties at the Forgotten Night. Let us go and speak with Sir Aymeric, Enio. I worry for his well-being. Curse those bloody horsens and piss on their swiving round table. Sir Aymeric. My friends, I'm in your debt. How are you holding up, though? Think nothing of it. Your wounds are healing well, I trust? Some wounds do not heal. The founding, the scriptures, 1,000 years of lies, all to deceive the common man. Nay, our own brothers and sisters, for the blood of the knights, 12 flows within all our veins. You knew this to be true. You knew, and you concealed it. I should be interested to hear how you came by this knowledge. But yes, you have the right of it. The architects of Ishgard King Thordan and his knights 12 entrapped and butchered the great worm, Ratatusk, that they might partake of her eyes, and thereby transcend their mortal limits. Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage. I dare say you know what followed. The great worm slew the king and half of his knights. Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued, and his eyes plucked from their sockets by the knights that remained. Their one mistake was to show mercy, for from his brother Hraesvelgr did Nidhogg receive a new eye, thus rejuvenating his form and empowering him to embark upon an eternal quest for vengeance. Whilst Thordan's son Haldrat took one of Nidhogg's eyes and learned to wield its power in defense of his people, thus was the first Azure Dragoon born. And ever since that time, his honored successors have risen to drive Nidhogg from our lands whenever the worm has returned to plague us. I ask you, my son, will you answer for my sins? Will your son and his son answer for me as well? What do you mean? If a man cannot atone for his sins in the course of his all too fleeting life, must his progeny then be held to account? Must every subsequent generation be judged as well? Thordan's betrayal of Ratatusk was an unconscionable, unforgivable sin. Should we, then, as his descendants, meekly surrender ourselves to an eternity of punishment? Nay, say I. I would not see our children sacrificed in a vain attempt to appease an implacable foe. Dragons are not like us, my son. Today will live forever. The wrongs of antiquity are as those of yesterday. No reparation shall ever suffice. This fact alone should serve as ample justification for our actions. Yet some refuse to see it as such. For men like you, who yearn to commit themselves to a nobler cause, a more compelling narrative is required. This is your solution? This is how you protect our people? You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence. With your compelling narrative, you but doom our countrymen to give their lives for a lie. And they do so gladly. Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve, to fight, and die for their country. And what would you say to them? What would you tell the wives who have lost their husbands, the mothers who have lost their sons, that their loved ones died for naught? Over the course of 1,000 years, countless men have donned these robes, and every one of them came to accept the necessity of this solution. Once, I hoped you might come to accept it as well. Do not despair, my son. Soon I shall free us from the sins of antiquity and bring about the change you so fervently desire. If he has spoken with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him thoroughly. Your Eminence. Your own son. You saw something, did you not? A vision of the past. So this is the power of the echo. Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past. 'Twas an exercise in futility, as you saw. Faced with the firmity of his conviction, and his many ready rejoinders, my words deserted me. To be frank, I'm embarrassed to recall it. A friend once impressed upon me the importance of differentiating between words, deeds, and beliefs. Were he here, I suspect he would judge your father's conviction to be no more than a rank, self-serving delusion. Even so, I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he intends to bring about. I have given some thought to that as well. During the battle within the vault, the Heavensward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities. Aye, the manner in which Sir Zephyrin struck down Lord Harshiphont was unlike anything I've ever seen before. The spectacle called to mind King Tordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture, holy powers and all. Mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith, instilled with the belief of countless devoted souls. 7 hells! If Lady Iceheart can use her own body as a vessel for summoning, I see no reason why others could not. Are the Heavensward truly so reckless? Unbelievable. As they fled, my father spoke of Azuzlah. Though I know not what he intends, I fear no good shall come of it. His ambitions are too great, and his minions too powerful. We must find the Heavensward, and stop my father before it is too late. EnioHabev, Master Alphinaud. I, Imeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, do hereby entreat the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Our aid in preventing whatever it is that the Archbishop intends? Your aid in bringing him to justice. Too much blood has been spilled for the lies he perpetuated. No more. Life or death, I will have Sir Zephyrin's heart for what he did to Harshiphont. Yes, yes, of course. You two were close. I know. Much has changed since our order's founding, but our duty to combat the primal threat has not. If the Archbishop and the Heavensward are guilty of the crime of summoning, then Enio and I will stop them. Would that I could join you in the pursuit, but alas, my father's absence has thrown our government into chaos. Ever since the founding of our nation, there has been an archbishop to serve as a guiding light for the masses, a force for stability to counterbalance the High House's ceaseless maneuvering. Convincing the people to recognize the truth of our origins would have been difficult even with my father's support. The road ahead is that much more fraught with peril without it. Yet walk it we must, for unity is more vital to our survival than ever. After all, Nidhogg's death did not mark the cessation of Dravanian hostilities. Far from it. We will have great need of each other in the days to come. You may ever count on my lance, Sir Amaric. To my dying breath, I shall defend Ishgard from the Horde. If I may, Lord Commander, I would like to assist the Scions in their search for the Archbishop. Enio, Master Alfinaud, pray attend me outside. Very well. With me, Enio, I believe we have much to discuss. Where could they be headed? And what does Azuz's law have to do with it? The Soleil was eastward bound, so I sent word to Camp Cloudtop on the off chance the airship passed nearby. Sure enough, Lady Elenia informed me it had been sighted by her scouts. Then the Archbishop is somewhere in the Sea of Clouds? Or was, not long ago. The airship has not been seen since it disappeared into the northern reaches near the Blue Window. Alas, because the region is firmly held by the Vanu and not easily accessible from Camp Cloudtop, House Helenarth has yet to establish a foothold. We will need not only an airship, but a captain bold enough to risk the Beastmen's wrath. I think we both know the perfect candidate, Enio. Let us pay a visit to Master Garland at the Sky Steel Manufactory. I see. Then I will take my leave for now. There are other matters which require my attention. Ah, the dastardly duo. What mischief have you two been getting up to lately? You haven't heard, have you? I hardly know where to start. You see, he was a good man. Sid, have you ever heard of Azuz's law? The Archbishop spoke of it before he fled. No, but it's probably some source of phenomenal cosmic power that's key to his plans. From what he told Enio, the Ascians tried to tempt him as they tempted Gaius with the Ultima weapon. Even if he spoke true about playing along, I can see him attempting to seize it. As if we needed another reason to pursue him. Well, I'm convinced the Enterprise is at your disposal. Come to the airship landing when you're ready to depart. It's just as well. After pulling you out of the fire these last few times, I reckon I was due to deliver you into it. Into the fire, is it? In that case, I should inform Tataru of our plans. Pray go on ahead to the airship landing. I shall join you anon. I heard about your man, Archifant. Sorry for your loss. You know. Good to see you again, Enio. It will be a pleasure to have you aboard the Enterprise again. Oh, yes. Yes. The boys have been hard at work preparing for our flight, and I am pleased to say we are ready to depart. That is, as soon as a certain... Pray forgive me my lateness. Tataru and I had much to discuss. We still have no news of the missing scions, but she assures me that Orianga and Ruel are pursuing promising leads. Come, we can continue this discussion aboard the Enterprise. Is that the name of this airship and not Star Trek or something? Hello there, sir. So you know, I'll be available to vary back and forth once the chief starts a course. Deputy President's orders and all that. The others are waiting for you aboard the Enterprise, Enio. Shall we get going? To the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted. In search of a mysterious land known as Aziz's Law, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets. Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came. We'll keep the Enterprise here for now, but if you need to head back to Ishgard, you can use that standard to signal for an Ironworks airship. Don't worry, we charted a route safe enough for others to fly, unless that primal shows up. But what are the odds of that, eh? We'll stay in touch with your Temple Knight friend, don't you worry. The Enterprise is ready to fly at a moment's notice. Just come running if you run afoul of something you can't handle. From here, Camp Cloudtop looks rather far. Ahem. Be on your guard, Enio. The Vanu could be anywhere, even watching as we speak. Assuming the Soleil is here, I doubt she will come to us. We should begin searching the Isles in earnest. Of course, we must remain vigilant for Vanu scouts as well. I would rather avoid needless bloodshed. Gods, look at them. So many isles. So many places to hide. No, we must not lose hope. He is out there, Enio, and we will find him. Mayhap this effort was doomed to failure. Begs mercy of Netherlings, does not fight, does not wish to die. Was that a Vanu being attacked? By whom? Over there. Imperial troops? His guardians seized him. They all know where the Archbishop is. The enemy of my enemy. We have no choice. With me, Enio, protect the Vanu. Not too bad. Netherlings save Lord Vanu from certain death. Showers Netherlings with thanks like summer squall. Nonu Vanu knows what wind bears Netherlings to Cloud Sea, but warmly welcomes them. Shows gratitude where gratitude is due. Nonu Vanu owes much and more to Netherlings. As saviors, as heroes, Zundu welcomes you. To village we go. To north. Come, come. So the Garleans were searching for the Archbishop and believed that the Vanu knew something of his whereabouts. Methods notwithstanding, they may have had the right of it. I conclude that we should accept Vanu's offer of hospitality and visit his village. Like breeze guides leaves to rest, come and lay down your burdens, Netherlings. Vanu throws wide arms in greeting. Behold, Ok Zundu. A far warmer welcome than the one you received from the Vundu, I think. Ha! Vundu bluster and blow hither and yon, sound and fury like aimless gale. What unseen lightning begets such thunderous report? There you are! Did you see it? No. It's that damned flying whale again. The Imperials are after it. Where? The White? He's wounded. By the 12, did the beast just eat the island? Oh, insatiable White! Oh, devourer of worlds! Why must you torment us? Bah! Vanu wastes no more words on his unfathomable deeds. Come, Netherlings! Come and break words with Chief of Zundu. This just gets better and better. With wisdom deep as nethers and eyes clear as cloudless blue, Sonu Vanu speaks for Zundu. Hearken to his words. Netherlings, deliver Vanu from claws of steel-shod fiends and prove nobility. He knows not to ignore zephyr winds, and brings before you with all haste. Soft rains to soothe the heart and sunshine to warm. Gratitude of Sonu, Chief of Zundu, is boundless. We are honored to meet you, Chief Sonu. I am Hraesvelgr, and these are my companions, EnioHabev and Sid Garland. We are come in search of an airship, a flying vessel of the Nethers, which we believe is somewhere in the Cloud Sea. Ah, like to black steel-shod contraption from which you saved Vanu. Alas, no. That ship belongs to the Garlean Empire, an old enemy of ours, though not the enemy we are looking for at present. The men we seek wear armor purest white and are led by an older man in white robes. Wait, Vanu hear tell of these Netherlings. You do? Are you certain? As sun rises and falls and returns, we are. Zundu scouts can testify to words of Vanu. Aye, aye. Winds carry purpose of Netherlings to our ears as well. Netherlings, seek key to Azuzla. Now we are getting somewhere. Tell us, Chief Sonu, what exactly is this Azuzla? Beware, Netherlings, for blackest clouds portend greatest danger. Look not into heart of tempest. there lies ancient birthplace of sin, home of forbidden secrets. To speak more is to call the wind. But the white devours isle where the key is kept. Deep within bowels of mighty Bismarck it lies, beyond reach of the foolhardy, and beyond ours. Rejoice not in his gluttony, Vanu, for as stone gives way to water and wind, all yields to the white. This he knows, Chief Sonu. Madness of Vundu bodes ill for all Vanu. Could we not just leave the key to the Forbidden Land in the island eating whale's belly? I mean, I can think of worse places to keep it. No? I thought not. As saplings bask in the warmth of the sun, so too may netherlings partake of our hospitality. So as his law is home to forbidden secrets, accessible only to the bearer of a key which the Archbishop covets. Much as I would like to believe it's safe within the belly of Bismarck, the Knights of the Heavensward wield primal powers. If we do not slay the whale and claim the key first, they surely will. Quite how we will go about it is another matter. As was the case in our battle with Leviathan, we are out of our element, and this time we have far fewer allies to call upon. Be that as it may, our customary approach still holds true. We must begin by learning more about the white. Let us question the residents of the village, then regroup and share our findings anon. Rule 3, game? If Netherlings seek knowledge of the white, then speak with Kunu Valley, foremost keeper of tales. But neglect not to present self with humility and respect. As sun yields to moon and moon to sun, Netherlings must greet Kunu Valley with a bow. What ill-mannered beast comes before Kunu Valley and begs to hear tales? None who deserve aught, that much she knows. Zephyr winds at your back, and sunshine to warm your brow. Traveler from below, Kunu Valley, keeper of tales, hears your words and she remembers. In times long ago, in lands elsewhere, before even the clouds see, the white is one among many, newborn. He swims beside his many brothers, in seas of endless water. But hated the white is, for his brothers are purest black. So great is their contempt, their loathing, that they turn upon him and rend his flesh asunder. And so he falls, only to rise again, for merciful gods raise him to the heavens, and there he is reborn. The white still longs for the sea to which he can now return, but in rebirth a splinter of divine is shared, and so he opens his maw, from whence come the clouds, and a new sea is born, home to him alone. Content, he gazes below and sees others who are as he, hated and haunted. He weeps, and in his benevolence he raises up isles of earth and guides these people to the cloud sea. Such is the tale of his rebirth and the salvation of the Vanu. May it never be forgot. But this demon, which menaces the cloud sea, his rage is that of the Vundu, his hunger that of a wild beast. The isles are his gift to us, yet now he must consume them? Kunu Valley knows no tales like this. Personally, I've seen enough of that flying feathered whale already. You see, so according to the Vanu, The Sea of Clouds and the Floating Isles were gifts from Bismarck to his people. Gifts which he has taken to eating. Yes. Technically within his rights, I suppose. If perhaps a little ungenerous. Gods, what of you, Alvinaud? Did you learn aught of value? Alas, no. That is, unless you have an interest in the intricacies of Vanu sky fishing. Sky fishing? My gods, that's it! Alvinaud, my boy, I kiss you. From what we have observed, Bismarck is a creature of pure instinct, driven primarily by hunger. When wounded by the Imperials, it fled, but not before devouring another island to restore its strength. But what I propose is this. We tow a suitably appetizing island through the Sea of Clouds, in essence, fishing for our flying whale. Once we draw Bismarck out of hiding, we shall use dragon killers to fire grapnels into the beast's hide, and then reel it in close, enabling our resident Icon Slayer to engage it directly. A bold plan, Master Garland, but an exceedingly dangerous one. Should Enio fail to subdue the creature, we'd almost certainly be eaten, along with the rest of your appetizing island. Oh, he won't fail. And if anything does go wrong, I'll be at the helm of the Enterprise, ready to tow him out of trouble. I wouldn't trust a task like this to anyone else. Nor I. I trust you have no objections to my joining you as well. Not at all, the more the merrier. Right, then. It seems the boys and I have a lot of work to do if the Enterprise is to be ready for our fishing trip. While you two need to find me some bait, and not just any island, mind, I want a mouthful at most. Well, you heard Sid. We need an island to bait the hook. By way of a first step, I propose we speak with Chief Sonu. If the Zundu are as concerned by Bismarck's behavior as they have given us to believe, they may well be supportive of our efforts to slay him. The Tramontane is upon us. The White Feast and the Vandu rejoice in his carnage. Hear me, Chief Sonu. This creature which torments you now is not the deity who were raised upon the floating isles and made a gift of them to you. He is a perversion of your beliefs, given form by the Vundu, a false savior who consumes that which he should rightfully safeguard. Yet it need not be this way, Chief Sonu. We have the power to strike down this impostor, but we must beg of you an island to see it done. Moats against the Tempest. In vain do they struggle. I didn't realize different characters are speaking here. Yet who is Sonu to speak of what may be? Perhaps even the Tramontane can turn to the Ponente. Very well, Netherlings. When you are ready, tell Zundu scouts what manner of island you require, and they guide you to it. We shall not fail, Chief Sonu. On that you have my word. Come, Enio, let us see how Sid's preparations are progressing. My, that took hardly any time at all. The Ironworks engineers do not disappoint. Are we really going to go sky fishing for a primal? Our Ishgardian friends have furnished us with dragon killers and ammunition. I've taken the liberty of procuring a Magitech field generator as well. Rest assured, we have chains to spare, every link forged by the manufacturer's master craftsmen. If you have any lingering doubts as to their strength, know that they were originally intended to bind dragons, and were not found wanting. It pleases me to inform you that the Vanu have agreed to furnish us with an island of our choosing. Then all that remains is to confirm the readiness of the poor buggers who will actually be doing the fighting. Enio, let Wedge know when your party is assembled. I probably should be telling you this, but I don't like this plan. I don't like it one little bit. But I can't help you get excited all the same. So tell me, Enio, are you ready to hunt the white whale? Yes. After you then, Enio. All aboard. After all this time, we finally get to fight this thing. Oh, I forgot to tab. Wait, that's it? Nice. That's it? That wasn't too bad. Just I had to watch out for those attacks that come on the platform every once in a while. Huh. So that's it. So we get another crystal. Now there's 2 left. Warrior, light, beloved. Hydaelyn, all made. Darkness, like to none, known. Hark, receive blessing more. So falls the Lord of Mists, as did all others before him. How many times does this make, Warrior of Light? Ah, how much you have grown, far beyond the limits of mere mortals. He has what we seek. That he does. The key to Aziz's law and the secrets of Alang. I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength. My thanks to you, Ashian, and to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck. Oh, we're getting you later. Now that the key is within our grasp, the path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare. Oh, we're getting you later. Where is Sid and the other guys while this is happening? By our deeds shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted, and man reclaim the reins of history. Just glad we're all still here to tell the tale. I didn't know Alfinat had been studying Magitech technology. He was a godsend during the fight, the way he helped me to tend the engines. In retrospect, we should probably have seen that coming. Still, you fought well, Enio. Better than that, in fact. Chin up, eh? Forgive me, Enio. Had I known what was happening, maybe I could have done something to stop them. I don't think you could have. Alas, Wedge and I were still sealed within the engine room and heard naught of the struggle until it was over. And now, for all our efforts, the Archbishop holds the very thing we sought to keep from him. But all is not lost, for we yet live, and we know their destination. Let us give chase and bring an end to their machinations. Though we failed to secure the key, we must not forget that we succeeded in ridding the realm of another primal, and prevented the Vanu's lands from being consumed in so doing. The Zundu, at least, shall be glad of our deeds this day. Let us go and inform Chief Sonu of our victory. Sid and the others will need a moment to tend to the Enterprise, besides. Wait, something is amiss. Imperial troops, and they have already secured the area. Reveal yourselves at once! And there I was expecting more beastmen. Who are you? I thought Isgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken. Oh, it's you. Just as Royal observed, the Warrior of Light is one to appear at the most inopportune times. The Warrior of Light? He who bested von Bilzar? Yes, that's me. It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Aziz's law as well. hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind Acons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the science of the Seventh Dawn. You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem. Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse, and that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea. You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last. Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern, next to the fate of the world. It is my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the Acons to heel. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it. No, don't! They are not his thralls. Ew. Where did that come from? Take cover! Your Radiance, we must withdraw. We shall meet again, Warrior of Light. On that you have my word. So Garlemald too has designs on Azaz's Law. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition? Good question. The armor? I had it sent here as a precautionary measure. Oh, yeah, sure. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would stand less than 20 paces from the Emperor Garlemald. Varis Galvus in the flesh. I assumed the commander that accompanied him must be the legatus of whom the Centurion spoke. Forgive me. This is neither the time nor the place for such idle speculation. Pray return to the Enterprise at once. It occurs to me that our friends may have run afoul of Imperial forces as well. I have yet to apprise Chief Sonu of all that has occurred, but once I have, we will rejoin you at the airship. Thank the 12 you're alive, Enio. When that battleship appeared and fired on the village, we feared the game was up for you and Alphinaud. What in the seven hells happened out there? You see, first the Archbishop turns up with an Ascian in tow, and now the goddamn Emperor pays us a visit? What is this? A procession of notable bastards? Who's next? The Keeper of the Seventh Bloody Gate? No one so notable, Master Garland. I'm happy to report that the Zundu were overjoyed to learn of Bismarck's demise. Chief Sonu sends his warmest regards, Enio. There was much talk of westerly winds. Miraculously, none suffered lasting harm during the raid. It would seem the Zundu were taken entirely unawares, and wisely chose to offer no resistance. I sense they have no more to fear from the Empire, for the present at least. Had the Emperor truly been intent on their extermination, Orc Zundu would already have been leveled. Plainly, Varis is only interested in reaching Azuz's Law. Speaking of which, if you are all ready to continue the chase, the Enterprise is as well, shall we? Will we find at the end of the road? That's a good question. I've done it, Enio. I've worked out which way they're headed. Whenever you're ready, we'll set course for Azuz's Law. She's all patched up, Enio. Lest you wonder, Wedge was able to calculate the heading indicated by the beam of light emitted by the key. If Azuz's Law lies in that direction, we'll find it. The Soleil may have a lead on us, but she's no Enterprise. We'll catch them. You'll see. I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitek armor again, least of all under these circumstances. My full name is Lucia Goy Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald. Ah, that explains it. When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia. Livia? Livia says Junius? The tribunus who served under Gaius von Balzar? Aye, she was my sister. Though we spent little time together, after our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home in the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy. Then, Ishgard was... My mission was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate. Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we got recently lost. And then I met Sir Imeric. 'Twas his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it. In time, I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Imeric, he was good enough to accept me into his service. I do not question your loyalty to Sir Imeric. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me. I have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions, and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all. Well, I for one am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band, especially one who can make Magitech armor sing. Chief, we should be getting close. Once we break through these clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing, right where Azuzla should be. Hold on, everyone! Look, I think that's it. Chief, is that Alagan? Aye, there's no mistaking their handiwork. What was that? Some sort of barrier. She won't hold, Chief. She's breaking up. I've lost the auxiliary propeller. Sid, it's no use. We must return to Ishgard and find another way. Damn it all. Why do the Alligans always have to make everything so bloody complicated? What could be out there that would warrant the personal attention of the Emperor himself? God, just thinking about all the repairs we'll have to make is giving me a bleeding headache. I wonder, does she have a name? Sid's piloting under pressure was a marvel to behold, and may I never have the opportunity to do so again. And we barely finished repairing the damage incurred during our sky fishing trip. On the other hand, any land you can look away from, as they say. I can only presume the Soleil passed through the barrier unscathed. That would certainly explain why the Vanu called it a key. For every day I spend in the sky, it feels as though I spend a week on the ground. Assuming Sid is correct, and I have no reason to think that he is not, the Vanu's key is required to pass through the barrier protecting Azuzla. But even without it, we must find a way to reach the Isle. I shall have everyone convene at the seat of the Lord Commander, then we might discuss how best to proceed. As before, make yourself known to the guardsman when you arrive, and he will show you in. I swear, whenever there's an Allagan ruin, there's trouble just waiting to happen. I suppose that's why they erected such damnably convoluted defenses around everything. If the Empire has an interest in Azuzla, we have all the more reason to hurry. I would not see its secrets fall into the hands of either the Archbishop or the Emperor. Though we know little and less of Azuzla, one thing is plain. The Archbishop and the Garleans cannot be allowed to avail themselves of its secrets. How you doing, Count? Welcome back, my friend, and pray forgive me my earlier display. I grieve for my son still, and shall continue to do so, but I have resolved to be strong. It is what he would have wished. In summary, the Isle owes its lofty position to the interest of the Alligans, and we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top. I see. If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship, at any rate. As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws aether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning. It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure. Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare. Master Garland, based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier? Well, in the past, we've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters. But the one we're up against this time dwarfs what we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals. I am reminded of the quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing two galleons together to form a twin vessel scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly. That said, we are not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it. How? We create a ram of condensed aether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's gonna take a true authority in the field, I reckon. Would that the Archons were still with us. But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Totaro in unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual. An Archon? Truly. Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn. She may not spend her days slaying primals, but the Taro is no less a scion than you or me. Full-Loft has her knack for acquiring information proven vital to our endeavors. Welcome back, Enio. How goes the mission? Did you manage to catch up with the Archbishop and his cronies? Kinda. So, you finally arrived at Azuzla, only to find your way barred by some sort of barrier. Typical. But it's not all bad news. I made progress in the search for our friends. Don't worry, Enio. We'll get to Azuzla yet. When you fled the Victory Feast, you used the ancient watercourse beneath the city, right? Well, shortly after things went back to normal in Ulda, I asked Marshal Toropin to have the tunnels searched. A logical place to look. It was there that you lost contact with Minfilia, Tancred, and Ishtola, was it not? Dare I ask what the Marshal found? I don't actually know. Pippin's message just said that there had been a discovery, and that we were come to the Hall of Flames at our earliest convenience. I dare not think what it might be. We shall depart at once. Tataru, let Urianger know to join us in Ulda. He will wish to be present as well. Yes, sir! We are grateful for your assistance, Marshal Toropin. You saved Her Grace and her father both. That's the least I can do to repay you. Forgive me my impatience, Marshal, but you must have mentioned a discovery. Yes, of course. Sir, per your request, I had my men scour the waterways. Almost immediately, we encountered a difficulty. An entire section of the tunnel had collapsed. With the mineral concern's cooperation, however, we were able to remove the rubble, which yielded the battered bodies of a dozen crystal braves. Go on. But be at ease, Master Alfinaud. Your friends were not among the deceased. That alone is a cause for hope. And then there is this. Istola's wand. I had assumed as much. If I may, Marshal. This as I did surmise, judging by the etheric imprint that lingered yet upon this wand, it had assuredly been employed in the casting of a most uncommon magic. Namely, the very first that man did conceive to traverse great distances, and the ancient precursor to all methods of travel that utilized the life stream, flow. The spell entailed the reduction of the corporeal form into its constituent aether, that the caster might enter the life stream and ride its currents thereby. Unlike the teleportation magics of modern times, it required not a lengthy incantation. That Istola should choose to employ such a spell bespeaketh the need for haste. All of which would suggest she managed to escape. Would that it were so simple. Know that the scholars of Charlian forbade the use of this spell, and with good reason. The caster had but limited control over his course. For every mage who came safe unto his destination, aether would be set adrift in the life stream, never to emerge. What? No, you can't mean... Be not downcast, my friends, for there is yet hope. 'Tis like that Istola's passage had left traces in the life stream. Could we but follow these from the point at which the magic was invoked, we may yet find her. To the Sildi excavation site, then. Our thanks for your aid, Marshal. Do not mention it. I shall pray for Lady Istola's safe return, and the others. The trail leadeth to the north and east, onto the bosom of the Heavensward. Are you certain? Aye, there is no mistake. Thither had Istolas journeyed. And yet the Grenadians have reported no sightings. We must take this to mean she is still adrift. If it be so, I do fear for our friend. Contrary to its name, the life stream is more akin to a raging torrent. Linger over long in the midst of this maelstrom, and the aether that formeth one's soul shall surely be scattered, never to be reformed. Oh boy. We have no time to waste. Hraesvelgr, pray explore all possible options for reversing the effects of this forbidden magic. Inio, Tataru, we too shall press on to Grenadia and petition the Elder Seedseer's aid. So after all this time, we can finally go back after our mates that we lost earlier. Hold on, Y'shtola. We are coming for you. It is said that the elementals perceive the live stream. If, as we suspect, Y'shtola is still adrift in its midst, they may be able to find her. But if we are to appeal to them for assistance, we must needs to do so through their chosen, the Pajal. It is imperative, therefore, that we speak with Kan-E-Senna without delay. I've already requested an audience with the Elder Seedseer. She will receive us in a lotus stand presently. We need but speak with the conjurer yonder to be admitted. Yeah. Be welcome, my friends, and speak freely. I gather your suit will admit no delay. It will not, my lady. Pray forgive the abrupt nature of our request, but it is a matter of life and death. I see. As you say, we must needs act swiftly if we are to free Y'shtola from the ungentle pull of the life stream. And as you have surmised, we cannot do this unaided. However... in requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental. That being... in perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him. Being formed of pure aether, however, such concepts are foreign to the elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound that the division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we seers can commune with them through feelings, not that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with aether which is akin to hers. If you could but find a family member... Oh, I know just the person. Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Grenadia. She told me about her once. That is most fortunate indeed. Pray seek this sister out, and bring her to Evershade. There, we shall petition the Great One's aid in fighting your lost companion. I was not aware that Y'shtola had a family member here in Grenadia. How very convenient. Forgive me, I have grown so accustomed to being laughed at by the Fates, I cannot help but mistrust them when they smile on us. We must, of course, seek the woman out at once. If memory serves, Y'shtola's sister is named Imithra. She's supposed to be a member of the Sons of St. Koinash. Anyway, she spends most of her time around Apkalu Falls. From what I recall, let's look for her there. Yes? Is there something you require? Lady Umitra, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Alfinau Levere, and this is the Taru Taru. You see, So you are my sister's comrades in the signs of the Seventh Dawn. When I heard that your people were being pursued, I desperately sought to reach Stola, but all mine efforts were to no avail. Now I know why. A forbidden spell, of all things. That she should be so reckless. But what's done is done. I thank you for bringing a word to me. Needless to say, I should be glad to help. Though we were born of different mothers, our veins course with the same father's blood. I hope that this will be enough for the elementals. Come, let us make for Evershade at once. Let us begin. Raya, Aurun, if you would. Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find. Please, Istola, please come back to us. There! Now! A room has been readied at the roost. Pray bear her thither at once. All that remains is to pray, my friends. Istola is resting within an inn room, though she's still unconscious. The signs are positive. The conjurers say she is in sound health and should awaken before long. Isn't that wonderful? Now, while we wait for Istola to wake up, I thought I'd take the opportunity to finish my little surprise for her. It's something I've been working on for a while now, in the hope that she'd one day return to us. It wants for just a couple more items before it's ready. I've already placed orders for these items. Could I ask you to retrieve them for me? One is with the Leatherworkers Guild, and another is with the Conjurers Guild. Speak with Mr. Jiva and Brother Isumiyan, and they ought to take care of you. Well, if it isn't Enio, looking for some hides to tan, mayhap? Here to retrieve an order from Mr. Stataro, you say? You come at a good time. I finished it but moments ago. It was no smooth coup working it to our specifications, but I did it nonetheless. Payment has already been settled. However, did that girl come by a chimerical hide anyway? You need either balls of steel or a bottomless coin purse, and it seemed to me she had neither. You are come to Skillglade Fane, the home of the Conjurers Guild. How may I assist you? Yes, Mr. Stataro's order. As requested, it has been sanctified in the sight of the elementals. I know not what she intends for the staff, but it is a most singular artifact. Even one possessed of my experience would struggle to wield it. The Seed Seers are gracious souls. It gives me heart to know that they are our allies. Ah, you're back. You have the items, I hope. Ooh, it's precisely as I requested. A perfect match for the other pieces. Truly, Jiva is a master among masters. And the staff completes the surprise. Thank you so much, Enio. Can't wait to see what Istola thinks of the surprise. Lest you wonder, she's doing very well, and the conjurers have left her in her sister's care. Let's go and pay them a visit, shall we? Stola, I'm so glad you're back. Tataru. There you go, a head pat. You are safe. Thank the 12. Something has changed about you, Alvinaud. Or mayhap the change is with me. I seem to sense the aether around me more keenly than before. I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk? Worry not. I am well enough. Tell us, then. What befell you after you fled the feast? We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse. That was my doing. I brought the tunnel down that you and Mephilia might escape. At the last moment, I invoked the teleportation magic in hopes of spiriting Thancred away, at least. Needless to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I found myself adrift in the life stream. The others, where are they? Did they not escape? They remain accounted for. You are the only one we've been able to find. I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued you that day. My hubris that led to our undoing. No apologies are necessary, Alfinaud. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that we're our comrades are here. Or no, know that we're our comrades here. They would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive. Don't worry. The others are alive and well. I'm sure of it. We just need to find them. Indeed, Tataru. Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions. Ha! There is the Alpha now to remember. And I feel much better. Might feel much the better for his return. This time I arose. Oh. That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you. I don't like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we were in Ishgard, you see. The Taru has apprised me of all that took place in the aftermath of the assassination plot. It would seem I have been away for some while. Yes, much and more happened during your absence. At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azizla. And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier. We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one? A means to prise open a hole in an elegant barrier, and one large enough to admit an airship, no less. Nay. I lack the knowledge to devise such a weapon. But I know of one who could. A leading figure in the field of esoteric research, and one of the finest scholars ever to grace Charlayan, Matoya, my former master. Matoya? The name rings strangely familiar. He still looks absolutely smashing in her new outfit, don't you think? Yes, she does. In my youth, I had the honor of studying under Matoya. In the field of etheric research, she was without rival. I have no doubt that her knowledge will be of aid to our cause. The question is, will she share it with us? My master has ever been willful. The gods forbid anyone disagrees with her. When the Garland Empire first marched upon Eorzea some 15 years ago, the denizens of Charlayan were summoned back to the motherland. However, Matoya refused to join the Exodus. To this day, she lives a hermit's life on the fringes of the abandoned city. So it is to the Dravanian Hinterlands that we must go, to the place of my birth. Though Alice and I were born in Charlayan, our days there were short. We remained only until the Exodus, and I have not returned since. Oh, so it's to be a homecoming then. As fine a reason as any to go to Charlayan, and it would afford us the opportunity to pay my master a visit. I believe you have mistaken our primary objective, Ishtola. At any rate, The journey will take us through largely unknown territory. Let us first return to Ishgard and make our preparations. We managed to find Hilda. Given time, I'm sure we'll be reunited with the others as well. So this is the Holy See. I should like to linger a while on taking the sights, but it must wait till after our mission. Charibert is situated in the Dravanian Hinterlands. To get there, we must strike west and traverse the breadth of the Dravanian forelands. Make no mistake, it will be a grueling journey. The party shall be comprised of Enio, Hilda, and myself. Tau, pray remain in Ishgard and continue the search for our missing friends. Yes, sir! First, let us make for Tailfeather. When last we set foot here, Estinian and Isael were with us. Though it was not all that long ago, I find myself strangely taken by nostalgia. A long soak in the live stream, followed by a long journey. I would not recommend it to anyone. But rest assured, my strength is returning to me. I shall be back to my former self ere long. I believe I am sufficiently rested. Let us continue west to Charibert. Once we descend the mountain path, we will arrive at the Dravanian Hinterlands. From there, it is but a short distance to the city. Be warned that we shall be passing through Ghana territory. We must needs beware of them and the dragons both. If I remember right, this was closed off before. But now we can get through. To the Talyak River, where through the melted snows of a Balatia spine eventually find their way by means of 1,000 silver streams. Whose waters have long nourished the Dravanian hinterlands, and so provided for a settlement of learned souls from across the northern seas. To the city of Charibert, that great seat of knowledge, now abandoned by her keepers, they came. Matoya dwells on the far side of the Talyak River. Let us search for a crossing. Oh, there's Alfie now and Hilda. How you two doing? The bridge ahead is collapsed. I'm afraid we shan't be crossing there. But worry not, I know another way. See you the towering structure to the north? We should be able to cross there. But 15 years abandoned, and already Charibert has fallen into such disarray. Verily, a city is no more than its inhabitants. To see something new here. Okay, what do we got here? Idyllshire. Bagpipes, I'm hearing? Knowledge seeks no man, so says the motto of Charibert engraved upon yonder stone. The meaning is simple. It falls to us to seek enlightenment. During the 6th astral era, at the turn of the 13th century, Men from the northern nation of Charlayan journeyed across the seas to Eorzea in search of knowledge. Upon arriving at these shores, they established a camp for their scholarly endeavors. Over time, this camp grew into a settlement, and the settlement prospered, and so much so that it came to be counted amongst Eorzea's greatest city-states. Alas, those glory days are now but a fading memory. With her keepers lost to her, Charlayan has become an empty husk of her former self. Uplander is mistaken. Charlayan has new keepers. He's on cusp of new age of glory. Oh, those guys. Goblins, here to plunder the city? Uplander is mistaken muchly. We are not thieves. This place is our home. Your home? When last I looked, it was mine and Alfinaut's. We were born here. When Uplanders abandoned city, Uplanders gave up claim. Born here or no, Uplanders are trespassers. My friends, please, we do not come to dispute your claim to this land. Our purpose here is peaceful. We desire but to cross the river. Be calm, I beg you, and let us speak like the civilized folks that we are. Surely we can come to mutual understanding. If that is the truth, then Uplanders are welcome here. Come with Slowfix. Slowfix will show Uplanders settlement. From the Goblin's perspective, such a well-appointed city is certainly an attractive proposition. I suppose it's only to be expected that others would come and occupy Charlayan. Nonetheless, it feels akin to having strangers take over your home in your absence. Here is Heart of Settlement, name of Idyllshire. What have you got here? Guests? Greetings to you. I am Alfinaut Levillier, and may I introduce my companions, EnioHabev and Ishtola. We have journeyed far in search of a friend, and seek to cross the river. But finding the main bridge collapsed, you went looking for a detour, and ended up stumbling into Slowfix and his crew. Is that right? That is the short of it. Aye. This place, Idyllshire, I came expecting a ghost town. Suffice it to say, I'm surprised to find it so alive. Well, with all them precious artifacts lying about, it was only a matter of time for treasure hunters like we moved in. But we weren't the first to arrive, neither. By then, Slowfix and his gobble friends were already settled. At first, Gobbies and hunters disliked each other, but understanding came. Then friendship. Now Gobbies and hunters have joined hands to build great new nation. So that is what happened after we Charlayans departed. Oh, so you're locals. No hard feelings, I hope. All these nice buildings, but no one to live in them. It felt like a waste, you know? We've been trying to put the place to rights, and things we've been going well for the most part, but it ain't all smooth sailing. Not to sound ungrateful, but the traps your people left lying about are bloody nuisance. And there's the Illuminati hurrying us day and night. Slovik has a bright idea. Uplanders desire mutual understanding. Yes? Best way to understanding is helping one another. Help citizens of Idyllshire, and Uplanders can be citizens too. Citizens are free to cross river. Well, I'm not aware of a quicker way to reach our destination. Let us assist Slovik and his people. I'll see y'all next time, alright? Have a wonderful night. I'll see y'all again soon.